Good morning. How is everybody doing? Where's my chat? Never mind. Let me just get chat going. Whew, let me tell you. Don't think I'm gonna have another 6-hour stream in me. Not today, at least. Okay, now I can see chat. Nice. Okay. Let me take a sip of this coffee and then we can start. Okay, so we want to... Okay, we change that. Let's open our C# project. So we were busy with the new abilities, right? So let's just get that going. New abilities and passives. Okay. Let's get it started. Okay, so currently it's a little bit of an ugly one, right? I think we did the chicken last, right? So we can actually scriptable objects. Okay, let's go to our game scene. And then guess I want to change the scriptable object to only have chicken knights, right? So I'll just select a bunch of chicken knights there. We'll enable dev tools. Get out of debug, dev mode active. We'll do a quick play just to see where we were at. You know, what the last thing was we tried to do. But I seem to remember the chicken was growing, but it was a bit, you know, not good. So as soon as you activated one of these passives, he does get bigger. But the way I have it currently being done is you can see, right, the problem. Yeah, no, that's not good. So he's jittering all over the place. So I think I'm going to have to decide how exactly we're going to do this. So I like the idea of the chickens making the enemy. I like the idea of the passive effect, the whole growing, making you big and strong and, you know, dangerous. I think that's cool, but I don't think. Yeah, so I kind of had a couple ideas, right? Let's open Paint and let's just you know, let's just be a visual communicator. Right, so this is kind of what we have at the moment. Or this is kind of what we try to do, right? So let's say you have a level and it's got some amount of length. What we currently tried is having the chickens buff you up so you grow in size, right? And then you kind of have to stay that way. But the problem is this ramp is facilitated by stacks. And the thing that happens is the stacks wear off, right? And then they get reapplied. Then they wear off and they get reapplied. Then they wear off, then they get reapplied. Right, so here at the top, you kind of get this thing going. Now, to smooth it out, I could... And essentially what's going to happen is this thing is just going to do this for the rest of the level. And this is actually not a smooth increase as well. It's a staircase like this, right? So what I could do instead, so the idea with this was kind of like this should happen, right? It should kind of be like this. You should go up and go down. Go up and go down. Right, so there should be distinct points where you get the buff and then it kind of wears off. And then you get it again and it kind of wears off. Right, now that seems like a good idea, but the problem is how do you work with this when there's multiple chickens? Right, so let's say that works, and let's say you have 2 chickens, right? And the other chicken does the same thing. Right, but this chicken has a higher passive strength, so maybe the peak is a little bit higher and the duration is a little bit higher before it goes down. Right, and effectively what you get is these 2 add on top of one another, right? So we need like a third timeline where, because they add on top of one another, you get a much higher slope, and then it's a bit slower, and then it does this, and then it starts to go, then it goes down fast, right? So that's kind of what you'd expect to happen. Yeah, so I'm just thinking about it, right? Is this what we want? Or do we just want it to go up and stay for the whole level? Or do we want these distinct peaks? And now the other problem is, how are they synchronized here with the next start? So do we go, there's some amount of time passed between the end of that one and the start of that one, or the start of that one and the start of the next one? I think we go from start to the start of the next one, then the yellow one can also be synchronized. And now the next thing is, how frequent do we want the casting to happen? So there's two ways we can change this, right? We can either make as it gets stronger, we can make it so that the duration is longer, but the period is the same. So even though the duration is longer, the next cast still happens right here. So there's only a small little section of time where you don't get the full buff. Right, so we could do that. The only thing I'm concerned with is when, this type of thing starts happening where you get overlap. And I don't know how good that is gonna work, really. And eventually, it's just gonna be a full buff anyway. Well, okay. We're going to try this. We're going to try getting peaks. Like that. And we're going to see what's a good amount of time. So we could say that we cast every 20 seconds. So this period over here, from there to there, is 20 seconds, and we start with a 5-second peak. I guess what we could do is we could max this out, right? We could say that the maximum duration that we could have is something like 10 seconds, right? In a 20 seconds, so half of the time you are big, and the peak can get higher though. Yeah, we should also just be cautious of the ramp rate, so that the ramp and the unramp rate, even though this starts at 10 seconds, if the ramp rate's too slow, it might get to do that. Okay, let's see what we can do. But what I kind of think now, we also need to think about how this is applied with multiple chickens casting, etc. But I think the chickens need to cast very slowly, right? They're casting once every 20 seconds, and we don't reduce this at all. We keep this constant. Okay. So let's go to the night passive ability and see how we can do this. Okay, so currently, as the time passes for the cast timing, we have a cast timer max, and I'm just going to set this equal to 20F, yeah? And essentially, we don't want this anymore for the cast of the chicken. Right, so this is basically decreasing the cast time, but I don't think we want to do that. So we're gonna cast every 20 seconds, and that's it. Now the duration, I think we can make that increase with our strength. All right, yeah. So we have some base strength. That's obviously just a value that I can manipulate. And we'll have a base duration. So I think the base duration, I'm just going to put these here so I have the numbers to think about them. So let's say the base duration is 5 seconds out of 20. Then our strength would be our base strength plus our character upgrade data. Okay, so let's think about that. So let's say you have 3 chickens at, I don't know, 300%. So that's a 900% increase. Right, this would basically be 9 plus 1. Right? Yeah, 9 plus 1, so it's 10. So base strength times 10 would bring this up to, well, exactly 1. So the strength is exactly 1. So we lose a third of our movement speed, and we gain, or we apply the status effect with a strength of 1. So that's 100%, so that would make you double as strong. Okay. And I think we can make the duration Do we just add the strength to the duration? So we could say duration equals, okay, this is a very straightforward, duration times strength, but that won't work because strength is a percentage. We could do 1 plus strength here. All right. And essentially what that would do is, if the strength is high enough, so strength is already being, tapped down. We could either do straight up passive strength. So we scale our duration with our passive strength, or we scale our duration with our strength. We could call this just the base duration. Right, and then base duration, well, we can do a float. Duration is equal to base duration times that stuff, and we can stick in our duration over here. Okay, so now it's new variables. Okay, so let's think about this. We can either scale it with the strength. So let's say our strength starts at a 10% increase in size. And then at a 900% character strength. Yeah. I think we're going to do it this way because this will double very easily. And if our duration doubles super easily, that kind of is going to not work like it for me. Okay, so what we can also do is we can say mathf dot clamp. Right, and we can calculate this base duration, and we can say the minimum is 5 seconds, right? And the maximum could be 10, just in case, so it doesn't really go, too crazy. And we can do a similar thing with our base strength if we felt like it. Okay, but let's just start with that and see how this goes. Right, so we have our duration and our strength scaling now, no longer our cast time. So our duration would become longer, so it's 20, 0.1, and 5. Let's just save and go change that inside of the editor as well, because the editor will override that if I don't. Okay, so hard reload, just fix yourself. Wow. Oh, those are previous messages. Okay. Already forgot what these should be. 20, 0.1, and 5. So 20, 0.1, and 5. Okay. So we're gonna not cast very frequently. Okay, that's good. Now, the next thing is, when we do a cast, well, okay, so let's say we have character status effects, right? And the 9 passive, so this is still going to be a stacking thing, but the stacks, this basically takes into consideration all the possible status effects, and every time a status effect changes, or something like that, so based on the duration, so this keeps track of all that good stuff. Okay, and we get the strength over here through that. Okay. So essentially what we want to do is we want to scale the character by 1 plus strength. But we kind of want to do this over a couple of frames at least, right? So we kind of want to tween. So we want to scale it over time, so we kind of want to... Oh, you know what? This might be a good excuse. I can code this, I suppose, but I mean, I have... Let's see if I can figure this out. So I got myself a cool asset the other day called Feel, which I haven't installed yet. But I think Feel can do this for me, no problem. Feel can do a lot of stuff. I need to start learning how to use it eventually, so you know, might as well give it a go now. Let's see. Let's see. Feel. Let's go check the documentation if we can find it. Okay, yeah, we'll just import the whole thing. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff you can do in this, and I think I just have the documentation open on the other side. Yes, there's a lot of stuff. I kind of want to... It feels like I would have to... just do a bunch of... It even got UI toolkit stuff in it. Damn. Guess I can put this over here. So getting started, obviously we just need to install it. Don't need to worry about that necessarily. I think you need to I think you need to add the feedbacks if I don't... Yeah. Okay, we'll see now. Yeah, tweens. This is essentially what I want to do, right? I want to tween. Evolution of a value over time. Typically, yeah. Yeah, this is so much stuff. I think I'd have to spend a whole day just playing with this. Just to figure out what the hell you can do with it. Because it seems like you can do a lot with this. Okay, we'll see. Yeah, basically we want to tween. Okay, fill is installed. So let's just close this. And let's go see. Okay, there we go. Field demos URP. Okay, let's just unpack that. Make sure everything works before we go too far. Okay, I guess it's done. So we can look at the demos if we wanted. Let's see if there's a tween demo. And not really. I mean, many of these could have tween things in it. I guess this is the script. This is the one where you hit them and they do their little squishy thing. Right. Yeah. Barbarian enemies. So let's see if we open them up. So we have a damage feedback. Geez, like, okay. That's a lot of stuff they do there. But yeah, I've seen this. I need to. Yeah, then there's the squash and stretch. And a hit particle as well. Oh, okay, yeah, that's just a particle effect. Interesting. Okay, let's. I'm not going to worry about this. I'm going to try and figure this out on my own. Don't save, I guess. I don't know. I don't feel like I changed anything. Okay, let's go to one of my characters. Right, let's go one more. So we have this night status effect. Well, we have character status effect, and we have the night passive effect. Yeah, let's try it over here. So if I look for field, or is it going to be more mountains? Probably, yeah. So let's say we have feedbacks, sequencing, interesting, shakers. just an MF. Okay, we have the springs. Wow. Yeah, this is a bit overwhelming. Tools. What is timelines? Yeah, okay. This is probably too many things. Like, I don't have a clue even where to find achievements. Animation. Okay, what about we just search for tween? Tween. Okay, so it's a tool. Okay, there's not a lot of stuff here. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have added it like that, right? Okay, let's just go back to more mountains. Let's just do a feedback in an MMF player. Then we add a feedback and transform. Maybe scale. Okay, this feedback requires an animate scale target to be set to be able to work properly. Okay, so the scale target base player character, I would guess. That's what we want to scale, right? Okay, we can do uniform scaling, right? So that if this is true, the animate X curve only will be used and apply to all axes. That's perfect, right? That's exactly what we want. So we don't need animate Y or Z. Okay, we can do a tween or we can do an animation curve. I see. Okay, the animation curves obviously seem a little bit more intuitive to work with. Right. Okay, so let's see. The scale duration. If I make this 5, yeah, it doesn't really change anything on the curve. Okay. Alright, so absolute transform additive. Ooh, that could be nice. Okay, here we can have timing stuff. Yo, this guy. I'm doing okay. Ah, you're still moving. Yeah, no, that's not a one-day job, hey? It's a multiple-day job. Get your whole team of kids to do it. Hey, Damon. I'm trying to figure out how to use feel. Feel is a well, it's a package of some sort that I installed just now. I'm trying to see what I can do with it. So what I'm currently just trying to do, we were busy with the scaling thing for the chicken yesterday, and I was just about to do it all manually, and I realized, oh wait a minute, I have this. I might as well see how it works and see what happens. Yeah, it's a very good asset. Like, I've seen only good things about it. Yeah, but it's overwhelming. Like, there's a million things it does for you. But the effect that you can get at the end of it, it's pretty good. Like, but yeah, I'm now trying to figure out how it works though. But I mean, this seems okay. So we want the duration. My only problem is, okay, so I need to set essentially the scale animation in. I need to set this in something. I think I need to set this in code. I just don't know how to access this property. Like, I don't... Let's see the documentation, maybe. Yeah, you can see this is... I don't know if I want the API documentation, to be honest with you. I just kind of want... Yeah, this might be... I just kind of want the basic documentation, just so I can... I just need to kind of start understanding how to access these things. No, so it looks like we need an MF player, my player. Right. And we need to use the more mountains feedbacks, using. Okay. Let's try that. So let's just go to our night passive effect and see. So we need that. And then I guess... do something like that. Private mm. Yeah, you see now. I think that's the one they use. MMF player. Ooh, yeah. There's a lot of stuff here. Let's just call it the MMF player for now. Okay. Now, let's see if we can access this. MMF player dot... What can we do? Access methods. I don't have any idea how to get... Okay, ask the player to play the sequence. Okay, so we can stop and play it. Okay, so that's kind of okay. But I kind of want to... That's not exactly what I wanted to do. I wanted to get specific things, like if I want to get the pause or something like that. I don't want to have to set everything here, right? Because I set some of this inside of the inside a code. But I have a feeling there's like a million things here, so... maybe we should open the demo. Okay, let's see. Okay, so this is a scale feedback, right? This is what I got. MMF scale. Let's see if we open up the script. What methods can we call? So MMF scale, MMF feedback. So it extends feedback. Okay. Okay, F Unity editor. Okay, this is obviously just editor stuff that we can set up. Okay, so we need... Okay, that's the target. That's sorted. Yeah, so we want animate scale duration, for instance. What if... I wonder if I could just get an MMF scale instead of what I was doing. So could I just go, instead of a player, can I just do MMF? Well, actually, let's see. MMF player. Can I do dot mm? So if I understand this correctly, this is my player, and then it's got a feedback. Right, so either I get the feedback or I get the player. This is a player component. I don't know if I can get the feedback. Feedbacks, okay. Okay, wait. MMF player.feedbacks. This is a list of all the feedbacks that I have, right? So if I access the first element, which is a scale. So let's see. MMF MMF underscore scale. Well, okay, let's try something here. MMF feedback. MMF. Well, let's say scale equals this. I don't know. Yeah, I know my scale is the first element, right? I don't know if that's the way we should do this, to be honest. But that's kind of how I'm... Yeah, I don't know. This is probably wrong. I think there's a better way to access your feedbacks. Yeah, probably. Like, I just don't know. Maybe I need to go into the next section of the... So here we have a list of feedbacks, let's say. Wow, okay, this is just a list of feedbacks, wow. Creating a new feedback. Not really what I want. Okay, so this is creating a new feedback. The script for it. Modifying an existing feedback. Okay. That's not exactly what I want to do. Yeah, this is not exactly what I want to do. I just want to change the properties of the feedback. But I need to get it, so... Oh, modifying feedback values at runtime. Well, it's tough if you can't read, right? Okay, get feedback of type MF scale. Okay. That's good. Okay, that makes a lot more sense, right? So instead of doing it that way, we do that's better. Okay. So we can plug in our MMF player there. And then we can do... Well... So we can have a private... MMF scale. Let's just call it the scale feedback, and it's just going to be this. Okay, so we get feedback of type MMF scale. No, we don't want MMF feedback here, we want MMF scale. Okay, so we have our scale feedback. Okay, that's good. Now we grab the scale feedback. And we want to do things to it, right? So let's say when we apply our night passive effect, okay, so we get a strength value here. We also should get the duration, actually. Yeah, let's get the duration as well, because we've changed the way the duration is going to work, right? So let's go to status effect, and in our... we have a public float duration as well. Strength and duration. And then duration equals... Okay. So we can just do that for now. To do the string. Okay, so the duration is a funny one. Okay, we'll work with it. At least we'll have it now. Okay, so let's go back to the night passive. So we have a few things. So I think yeah, this is it's a funny one, right? So what we can do here, if e dot duration is greater than 0, we can assume that the change was applying a new status effect, right? So what we can do, well, so it's not just removing a status effect, it's applying a status effect. Okay, so let's think about how this is going to affect us, right? So we apply, so we get a change in the status effect, and it is adding the status effect, right? The duration is greater than 0, yeah, so it's adding. So we want to set the strength, and we want to then apply the night passive effect. So we need to be careful here. Can we do multiple scaling? Or do we need to accumulate all the status effect changes first before we apply it? Now, I don't actually know. Like, I want to feel like I should be adding multiple scales, right? Don't know. Okay, allow additive plays. If this is true, calling that feedback will trigger it, even if it's in progress. If it's false, it will prevent any new. So what if I call the feedback multiple times? How does that actually work? Can I do that? Well, let's try it. Let's try and call this feedback multiple times, and we give it... I actually don't know what we give it. The value to remap the curve's 0 value to. Okay. And then the curve's 1 value to. How much should be added to the curve? So what does that mean? So this is just the shape, I suppose. This doesn't actually tell me anything about what the curve's going to look like. So that would be the 1 value. That would be the offset value. Okay, so now it's going to scale up to there. And scale back down. This is such a weird thing. I don't know how it works. Or can I just change the value? Edit key, please. Okay, time 1, value 0. Okay, that's much better. Okay, value 1. Well, okay, value 1 time. So let's say 0.1. Okay, and then this one is, let's see, value 1 time 0.9. Okay. Now we just need to figure out the curves. Okay, so this one would look something like that, and then these two need them to come down. Can I edit that flat? Ah, good. Flat. Nice. Okay, and auto. Let's just try that. Auto. Alright, that's good. Edit key 0, please. Edit key 0. Okay, so that could be it. We can work like that, right? Okay, so that's our curve. No! What? Why did it not take my thing? Okay, that's fine. Okay, so that's our curve. Okay, so now if we remap the 0 value and then the 1 value, that's essentially what we want. So we want scale duration 0 and 1. Okay, so we're just gonna try this and see what happens. So we're gonna do scale feedback dot scale duration. Okay, we're just going to set that equal to the duration. And the E dot duration. Okay, and then we're going to do scale feedback dot curve remap curve 1. Okay, so remap curve 0 is going to be equal to our starting let's just make that 1. And then scale feedback dot remap curve 1 equals to, I think it's just 1 plus strength, right? And then we still apply this. Okay, but we'll see how that affects us now. Okay, so in the character manager, I set the scale. So let's say character manager. So let's not do that. We'll scale the attack because I don't think that gets scaled. But let's not change the local scale actually anymore, because as far as I understand it, it should now change with the with this thing. Right? Okay, so let's see. So this is now We got our scale mode. It's absolute. I might want to make it additive, to be honest. Let's try it like this. So if we go back and we look at the night character, and we look at the status effects. Yeah, okay, so we just need to have hot reload, recompile quickly. So we can actually add the status effects. Or we can add the MMF player. And then we can see what it did. And whether it did anything, for that matter. Okay, yeah, so let's just drag the player in there. And I think it's gonna be okay now. Yeah, hopefully. Oh wait, it's not actually gonna play, is it? Okay, wait, so we need to make it play as well. Okay, so we can apply, so we change all that stuff, and I guess then we just have to do mmf underscore player dot play feedbacks. I guess. Wow, there's so many things you can do, but anyway, we'll just play all the feedbacks, right? For now, we'll do that, and then we'll see. We'll see what else. Okay. I guess you could play a specific feedback as well. Okay. I'm feeling not too confident about this, but we'll see how it goes. Okay, so now, okay, so it did come through on the night. Let's play and see what happens, right? So the okay, we can play. Now, the cast timer is 20 seconds. The duration is 5. So I'm going to get big for 5 seconds. And then every 20 seconds, right? So if I click here, the passive should cast. Eventually. It's waiting for 20 seconds, isn't it? So we open this in debug mode. Yeah, it's waiting for 20 seconds. Wait. Did I get bigger? Oh, for shit's sake. Okay, let me just watch very closely this time, because I missed it. Oh, look at that. And And then I get smaller again. Ah, okay, okay. Okay, cool. So I learned something. You stay away from all the program workflows. You mean things like just the tooling, like the stuff I'm using now? Okay, so let's see if I... So now I have multiple active, but they are now offset by some time. Oh, look at that. Okay, cool. So you can have multiple active at a time. And then I go back down. Why did it just... So one thing that kind of bothers me right now is the fact that I'm only getting 60 frames per second. Or 70. Okay, I see what you're saying. Any of these third-party things that require you to do what the things in their way. Okay, so I'm not gonna lie, this upsets me a little bit. Because when I was doing this in my very dumb way, my frames were way better. Yeah, look, when I disabled all the passives, my frames went back to 200. So it must be the way I'm calling the functions or something. I don't. Okay, let's go see how I'm doing that. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it is dev mode. Yes, and I see what you're saying, Damon. There's a million things happening under the hood. Because I was doing this badly. This is a very simple one. I could probably... like I could implement this effect, just the scaling one, very simply. It's not a difficult one. But I remember I had this thing and I thought to myself, well, I might as well learn how to use it, so let's see how I can scale my characters using it instead. Okay, so let's just go see what I'm doing with my... Because I think the last time... Yeah, this might be one of the things. Where did I do this? I think it's in Player Manager, yeah. So I changed when this was called. Yeah. I should take this out. That's completely unnecessary. This might be one of the reasons. I was calling that function every frame as opposed to every 0.2 seconds like I did before. So I think that was making a difference. As I didn't change it. Yeah, like this one we don't have to call it that many times, so I think that'll help. Yeah, because it was doing a passive update, trying to... Well, it would have just iterated this, to be honest. I think it would be a good idea to just cache some of this stuff, wouldn't it? Yeah, maybe. Let's do that. Private character buff, private character status effects, character status effects, right? But now I get the components every time I inject steroids. I don't know if that's better, actually. So I do need to get the active player. Okay, Damon, you spamming me. Let me catch up. Okay, I just yoinked the code from the packages. Could try that. You think I should make it 4 loops instead of 4 each? Okay, no, that's easy enough. I can do that. Link in update methods. Is link is that the for each stuff that I put in everywhere? Based on the context, I assume it is. So when I put stuff like that in an update, I should not. Okay. Yeah, I can definitely restructure this to be much better, I think. Hey, Mr. Random Wallopy. Alright, let's just try something. I just want to see. Okay, so let's do that as you just said. So we need to get rid of this for each, I think. Well, okay, this for each is not insane, right? This is my custom update function, which only runs every 0.2 seconds. So I guess it's not the worst thing in the world. Right? It's slow, but it's only slow every 0.2 seconds. So I guess that's not the end of the world. But okay, let's just see now that I moved it out of there, if this is actually better. And then I can definitely try and fix a few other things as well. So let's go see how this thing reacts to that. Okay, hot reload. Go ahead and recompile, I guess. Yeah, they are super useful. You're right about that. Okay. Let's go to dev mode again and just see what happens here. Okay. So we do a play and then we switch on, let's say, 3 passive effects. Okay, they should eventually. Now, yeah, okay, this is also another issue. What? Null reference exception. Serial rise property has been disposed. What does that even mean? Okay, anyway. Okay, I grew. I'm big. I ungrew. But only slightly. Okay, so I'm seeing a little bit of a problem. Oh, but look, my frames are at least somewhat 200-ish. Wow, okay. Something went very poorly there for a second. Okay, so this is already better. Just taking that out of the actual update loop and putting it into my every 0.2 seconds update loop has improved my frame rate significantly. Okay, so that does make it better. Now, I'm not sure why my chicken isn't going back down. Unless... yeah, why is it doing that? It's a very interesting... It's a very jumpy chicken that we have there. I don't know what is up with this the choppiness. That doesn't make any sense why that would happen. I mean, well, obviously it could make sense if this player is just way worse than I thought. But according to, well, the way I understand it at least is, okay, we have additive plays, first of all. And it should scale up, chill out, and then scale down, right? And this should be handled by this scaling thing over here, right? So why the hell? Well, let's play it with just one active. Maybe it's the additive thing that gets it confused. I don't know. It's weird. It shouldn't, though. Okay, so we have one chicken doing the buffs. I think it's the last chicken. Okay, this is interesting. Where am I with my... am I still... okay. Yeah, so with one buff being applied, it seems okay. We go up smooth, we come down smooth. Okay, let's look at this chicken's status effect. Let's see if we can see anything interesting here. Something is happening here. Let me just go back to normal view. Okay, yeah, so the remap curve, yeah, there it played, so it's playing right now. There it stopped playing. Now, if I add another chicken to this, 2 chickens are going to try and play this now at different intervals. So we got to play there. Stop playing. Huh. I guess somehow it... Yeah, they had played a couple of times. Goes down. Only... Yeah, this thing is bugging out. I don't think it likes how I'm applying this. Okay, let's stop it. Yeah, so this allow additive plays for some reason. Yeah, allow... Okay, so it basically allows you to do multiple plays. So I kind of want it to be additive. Let's see, yes, initialization mode, autoplay on start. This could also be something, I don't know. We even have events? Yeah, I kind of had this this dream. Not really, but I mean, you just followed. So my idea was that it's gonna do something like this, right? So let's just grab a brush. So let's say this is my timeline, and I kind of want something like this, right? I want... let's say you have 3 chickens applying their passive. So it goes up very high and it stays there. Then, since the passive strength is now affecting duration, it'll come down a little bit, sit on that curve, then come down a little bit more, sit on that curve, and then come down entirely. Because that's kind of what's happening here with the separate chickens, right? And then the next cycle will happen. And it'll come down, come down, come down. That's kind of what I want to do. So I wanted to have the application happen at the same time. This point here and this point here. They're always at the same. So they're always synchronized. And I wanted to do it additively because that would allow the player to step back down like this. Oh, that's what I thought it would do. But now it kind of gets stuck at the back end and it just kind of falls. Now what we can try... Okay. So for this to work, for the first part is, I think I need to change the way these updates work. So currently these updates work per chicken, and I think I need to change it so that it doesn't actually apply it the chicken doesn't actually apply the ability, if that makes sense. Which is kind of a weird one, right? So the knight passive ability currently is the applyee. I want something else to apply it. Yeah. So actually, the passive effect should be the one yeah, Wallaby, that's exactly the problem. So what I'm thinking is I should have, so currently, I mean, if you just look at how it works, right? So currently you'd have three chickens and let's say watching and one chicken doing a thing. So I think maybe I should make the code change to the chicken that's gonna be applied to. And it should just basically ask, okay, who's watching and what are your strengths? Add it all together and then work with it, right? That's what I kind of think I should do instead. So I shouldn't have the passive ability inject steroids. I should have the chicken inject steroids on himself, or the character inject steroids on themselves, essentially. So this apply passive effect shouldn't be called by the chicken. It should be called by something else, which is synchronized. You know, so something like well, where the hell am I? Yeah, something like the player manager. So let's see something. Yeah, passive effects manager. Maybe I should just make a passive effects manager, actually. Something on, like, the player level. But not in the player manager, because it's getting ridiculous right now. Yeah, I think I like that. So we can add a script here that's just for passive effects. Similar to how we have, you know, the Rude manager or the Coin manager or something like that. I think so. Let's keep this separate, because I'm going to add a lot of complexity now, and it's going to get player passive effects manager. Okay. Now we can have this thing do a couple of things, but on start, okay, so first of all, we want a game, well, no, we don't need that. So on start, what I need is the game manager dot instance dot on wave timer reset. No, man. So wave timer reset basically happens on the start of a wave, right? So that happens, reset wave timer. So if new wave, we reset the wave timer. Okay. So essentially what that would mean is as soon as the game kind of starts, if a new wave started, we can listen to this essentially. And what it can do is it can do something like starting our passive effects or something, right? Our timers. Or our co-routines or whatever it is that we want to kick off, right? Yeah, so the one that we can grab this one, I guess, then essentially... So let's move this over to here. Then we also need to do... We need to grab this and put it in start. And we need to grab this. Right, that's just to start the coroutine. Okay, then party member game objects. So this will just be private. Okay, yeah, we're gonna need a reference to this list pretty much all the time. When does this get initialized? Create characters. Okay. That happens on awake. Okay, cool. So in start, we can have this party member game objects, which is just going to be, well, a list. No. Could just do that. Damon, what is a party member game object? I mean, it's basically all the game objects for the party members. I don't know. Isn't that you have party members and they are a bunch of game objects? So that is what it is. It is how it sounds. I don't know. Okay, so we can just do party member game object equals player manager dot instance. Okay, we could just get it from there. Just so we have a reference here and I don't have to keep asking. Okay. Oh, sorry about that. Okay. I'll try to speak into the mic more often. Okay, so the character passes are now managed from our player passive effect managers, right? Okay, now the next thing I want to kind of try. So this one can just essentially run forever, because this one runs on update. It's a simple update loop. It's our character passive update loop, right? And it runs when the game runs, and that's fine. That's fine. I think that'll work out. Yeah, it's probably better with headphones, but it's fine. I should speak into the microphone. I should be aware of it. Okay, so now the other thing I kind of want to do is maybe start a private enumerator. And this is going to be the night passive. Specifically, right? And we want to do yield return new wait for seconds, right? $20. Something like that. Yeah, so we kind of wanted to do something at the start, then wait for 20 seconds, and do something again. Right. And what we wanted to do is, well, we kind of wanted to do this. So we want to go through our game objects. What the hell is wrong with my throat? Jeez. Something's not feeling very good now. Do we want to do it this way? I'm not sure exactly. But we could. We could do it this way. Okay, I'm probably gonna have to change a lot of stuff here, actually. Okay, so let's think what I want to do here. So I need to essentially call the night passive effect, apply the passive. And I think what I need to give it is, what do I need to give it? What do I need to give it to be able to run all my play feedbacks? Because I'm gonna have to play a feedback for each so that they stack on top of one another, but I want to play them all at the same time, and I need to get information from my game objects, right? So essentially what I want to do, if I look at this, I'm not injecting the steroids here, so we'll have to change a few things here as well, but for now, what we actually just want is access to not even the cast timer, but the strength and the duration. Right, so we can do private. Yeah, we just need to be, no, not private. Public void get strength and low and verb. So it's not a void necessarily. Wallaby, I'm not on your page right now, I think. So we want to return essentially these values. So we can either just make them public. Well, we want to return these two values, right? These two that we kind of calculate based on a few things. Can we return two things? Float, float. That's not a thing, right? We can return. Okay, let's do this. Void calculate calc I'm just gonna call it something dumb, calc strength. And obviously I'm gonna spell strength incorrectly. String. What? Public void some method out float result A, float result B. Oh. So you can do out. So out float strength. And then out float duration. Is that a thing? Okay, and then I can just do something like this. I don't reassign them, I guess. Oh, okay. Okay, I've never written a function like this. Let's see if this works out. Damon, you're saying I should make this a boolean? Public bool? Return true, I guess. I don't know why. Maybe if it fails somehow. Okay, but anyway, let's say we do this, right? So we calculate the strength, and I think we have everything we need, essentially. So basically what we want the passive effects track, this thing to do is not do an update. I just wanted to do night passive dot calc strength. Okay, so how do I do this now? So you're saying I should have a float as strength here equals no, this is not how you do it, right? You do a out. Did I just do the same thing actually? So if I just stick this in here, yeah, then I could just get the, yeah, okay. I get the strength and duration now. So now I can do something with them, right? Oh, I see what you're saying. Now I understand what you're saying. So you did float, strength. Yes, I don't know why I'm struggling to strength and duration. Right, and then instead of doing that, you just did out strength duration. Is that... okay. So I did it in a better way, is that what you say? Alright, let's just leave it like that. Okay, so we get the strength and duration. So we can get this for each party member. And essentially what we want to do... once we did that, we want to get the active character. So the player manager would know who that is. So we did player manager dot instance dot get selected character. But then we need to get component. Okay. So this is where it gets weird. Okay. So we basically need to find on the selected character the night passive effect script. Right, so we could do that earlier than that. Yeah, so we need to return somehow the night passive effect from the selected character. So do we want to do that every time? I don't think so. Okay, so let's say on wave timer reset. Right, we can get it there. So we can keep a variable private night passive effect night passive effect, right? So we can keep that, and then we can over here when the wave resets we can do night passive effect. Okay, there's a couple of reasons why we should change this maybe. I was thinking of using a tuple method. But yeah, no, I've done tuple methods before. I'm trying new things. Okay, so night passive effect could be equal to, so now here's where we go, player manager dot instance dot get selected character. Actually I'm thinking I should do this get component. So this is going to be a bad one because it's going to be a get components in children. Right, but there's another thing I think we could try here. Instead of just doing that on wave timer reset, what we really should do is check for player manager dot instance dot on selected character changed. That would be better for us in this case. Because when the selected character changes, that means we need to update which passive we are actually going to try and affect here, right? Yeah, I think so. That makes sense to me. Okay. So let's do that. So whenever your selected character changes, so this would happen if you die midway or something like that, right? So then we want to know that we changed the selected character, and in that case we get a new passive effect, night passive effect, right? Because this is the thing that we need to now do something with, right? So we can now go night passive effect dot. Now what we actually want is to apply night passive effect, essentially, right? We're gonna rip out a lot of the stuff later, but for now I'm just so we apply the passive effect, and when we apply the passive effect, okay, we need to be careful now. So we apply it for each character that has a passive ability of type night. So for each night, we are gonna apply a passive effect, one after the other, then wait for 20 seconds. So this should be somewhat synchronized, right? Okay. Okay, so what do we need from this thing when we need a strength again? Strength, and we need a float duration. Okay, so we need to apply the passive effect with the appropriate strength and duration. If only I could spell. Okay, so we apply it with the appropriate strength, the appropriate duration. And essentially what we want to do, every time this is called, we want to scale the feedback. Well, we want to grab scale feedback, animation scale duration, ramp, all that good stuff. So we want to set all those things. This is now not e.duration. We can just do duration. And then we can have the feedback play. And then we play it 3 more times. Okay. And essentially, this thing should not be called anymore. On status effect change. Where exactly is this happening in? So this is the character status effects. Okay, this was this whole scaling status effect thing that I was doing, that I'm basically just abandoning now. Who knew? I think we kind of had an idea. Alright, so we just want to put the strength and the duration in there. Right, so we just get we calculate the strength, or we get strength. We can rename this get string duration. Okay, so we get it and then we pass it through to the next one. We do this for all the characters, then we wait, and then we feel like Wait, do I do a while true again, right? Yes, I need to do a while true, right? Okay, this is gonna loop. We basically want this to loop. And I guess we want to do maybe another coroutine, a private coroutine, night passive routine. Okay, so we do another coroutine, and then we can do night passive routine. Equals start coroutine night passive, right? If, for instance, I want to what's wrong, Wallaby? While true, wait cast time. Oh, is that another way to do this? Hey man, you were here yesterday when we did the passive update version. Or the coroutine version. Now you're telling me there's another version. So now we're going to have two coroutines, right? Gonna have this one, which does something, then waits for 20 seconds, loops back, does something, waits for 20 seconds. Right? And we start it at start, I guess. Well, no, this one, maybe we start this one on wave timer reset. How can we stop it first? How can we make sure it's stopped? Could we do night passive routine dots? How can we stop it? How can we check? I just want to restart it basically. If it's not, is there another way to? Is there like a restart coroutine? Because, or if I start the coroutine, would it just start a new one or continue this one? I don't know how this is working. Okay. Okay, so can you explain to me if this is okay? So every time a new wave is going to start, will it restart the coroutine effectively? Or did I need to end the coroutine first? How do we stop a coroutine? Is there something to stop it with? Like how does... What can you do with a coroutine? So, but this is a coroutine. Okay. So it could be stop coroutine. Okay. Can we check if a coroutine is running? So what would this do? I guess I can start it on start regardless, and then just stop it when a wave starts, and then start it again, and then it will restart from the start, from the top. Okay, now this is an important one that I don't do now. I need to check if the character is actually in the observation deck. Okay. This is maybe where the Boolean could come into play. I see. So the night passive ability could return a Boolean. And then what we can do is we can do this. So we can do that. And then in the passive effect manager, we can do if instead. So we can check. So if it's true, then we apply the passive effect with the strength and duration. Right? I don't load to new scenes very often, Damon. Or ever, for that matter. Okay, so this makes more sense. So we try get the component, then we ask, get strength duration, it returns a Boolean. So the Boolean would basically allow us to check whether or not we are in the correct room, if we are. And then we apply that effect, and then we yield return. Yeah, I think that's good. Random Wallaby, I hope I don't have to have too many complex processes, to be honest with you. But yeah, so you can what? You can yield return, start coroutine, process B, damn. Okay, so you can literally do, instead of just wait for seconds, I could do a start coroutine here. And that coroutine could have a wait for seconds inside of it. And it just becomes a... That's probably what these the feel plugin does, right? Or whatever you call that thing. I think it's a plugin. Because I'm using feel now. I hoped it was gonna solve all my problems, but it doesn't quite. This thing. So you can have feedbacks, right? And you can have like 20 feedbacks, one after the other. And it plays in sequence, and there's all kinds of timing things you can change, and it's a lot of things, right? Okay, we have a problem. Can I go see where this compile error is, please? Player passive effects manager. I don't see a compile error. What's this thing on about? Yeah, so the transition in and out. So I'm that's why I'm saying I think they do that already, right? I'm not sure exactly how they do it. Let's just do a proper reload here. Yeah, I don't know how they do it. This is obviously for them. But I just give it an animation curve and I start it. And it works sort of sometimes. That's pretty much all I do. Okay, so let's just make sure. So our passive effect manager will now do the normal thing for the wizard, and it'll do this new thing for the knight every 20 seconds. Okay, it does mean that in a lot of this for the knight, we don't really need. Right, we actually don't need any of this stuff with the status effect manager. Essentially. But the status effect... No, the status effect doesn't do anything. Yeah, it really doesn't do anything. We do have to think about the buff, though. Because we do apply a buff. Where do we do that? Oh, yes, we do that with inject steroids. Okay, so we are not calling inject steroids anymore. So we should call that to have the buff applied, right? So we don't want that. So where would we apply the buff? Do we do that in here? We could make this public. Okay, let's try something. Let's make it private. And then we do if. So if we get the strength duration, we can do if. Okay. So if this is true, then we can just return true. Right, but we can also do apply the buff, right? We need the character. Okay, so we can also apply the buff. So inject steroids is now completely pointless. We don't inject steroids because we don't call passive update. This passive ability effectively doesn't work that way anymore, right? Okay. But now essentially, okay, if we check this, we return to, so if this is fine, we return true. Otherwise, if we somehow get past that, I guess we can just return false. Because we only have to check this once. But if it's fine, we can also then grab the active character and apply the character buff to it, which is the movement speed. We just have to be careful. How exactly is this buff going to be applied? So it's going to be applied for each character. So it's going to stack, right? And the buff, you can't really see it. So it doesn't really make a difference. Visually, it needs to look good, but this can just stack normally. Yeah. I think that's fine. So we'll use the character buff for normal stacking, and then the rest is up to my tweening things. Okay. I'm sort of okay with this. I don't know if it's gonna work. Let's see what happens, right? So we'll just make sure we're in dev mode. We are. Let's give it a play. And let's see if this is anything like a workable solution. Okay, we already have a problem here. Passive effect manager. Okay, wait, what exactly is the problem here? Was there something I was supposed to plug in still? There might have been, actually. I think I might have forgotten some plugins. It's not on this one, though. Okay, party member game objects. We can just get that from the character, from the player. Is it this? Could it be this? Could it be that this thing tried to play because the on-timer reset was called? That is very possible, right? Yeah, on-timer reset might have been called before start is called. Because on-timer reset gets called in the start of the game manager. I think. No, it's not called in the start. It's called with reset wave timer. This is called either when the level prep... Yeah, okay, so none of this should have been invoked. Oh, it wasn't start. Okay, so it did start coroutine night. Maybe I tried to start it multiple times? I don't know. Yeah, I have on wave start. Oh, wait a minute, because I'm in dev mode, there's no such thing as a wave starting. Ah, okay, that could be the issue. Waves don't really start in dev mode. Ah, come on, that's annoying. Okay. Let's try it not in dev mode quickly, and then I'll try and fix dev mode, I guess. Yeah, that's a bit annoying. Just try a normal playthrough with a bunch of chickens. Maybe that was the issue. Did I just get the same error? Yes, I did. Okay. Let's put them in there. Ah, okay. Routine is null. That's interesting. Stop coroutine, night passive routine didn't work. Okay. Okay. So it seems like my routine is not getting off the ground. Or something. Okay, so it might not just be dev mode. That's the problem here. Why would the routine be null? So we have a private coroutine night passive, and then we set it to start a coroutine. Then we should have a reference to it, right? And then we can stop it. Or is that not how that works? I think it should have started. You think I should do new coroutine? Really? Is that a thing? New coroutine? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, let's just try something like that. If night passive routine is not equal null, then we can try and stop it. Otherwise, we just start it, right? Maybe that's a simple solution. Let's try it in dev mode. I kind of want to try it in dev mode. Okay, so we get an error here. So right there, night passive equals start coroutine. So it doesn't like that. What exactly does it say here? Object reference not to set to an instance of an object. So it's either the party member game object isn't ready to go. You reckon I need to do that? I don't know if that is necessary, but that doesn't seem like I think you need to start a coroutine. So the thing is, it might also be that our player party members' objects is not initialized yet, or something weird like that. I don't know. Let's try and pass it straight in like that instead, which is not amazing. But let's see what that does if we just stick that in there and we don't try this one. It's weird that that one doesn't fail. It obviously doesn't run at the same time. They run at different moments in time. On wave timer was called before on selected character changed. Maybe. On selected character changed, night passive effect. That is possible. Because the wave timer, I don't actually know if the wave timer would have been reset, but the coroutine would have been started at start, and the selected character, I haven't selected a character even yet. So that is possible. That is possible, actually. Yeah. Get selected character. There's no character selected at the start of the game, so it is definitely a potential problem. Let's clear that and just play it again. Hey, this guy. Hey, I mean, it's going like a little bit of a struggle bus at the moment, figuring out the sequencing of things. Okay, so this did help. This helped. So it seems like this party member game object wasn't a thing yet. And this one started exactly at the start. Could I put a yield return wait for some amount of seconds at the start and the end? Because maybe I could make this thing just wait for 0.2 seconds as well before it tries anything, and then wait the rest of the time. That would be kind of nice. Okay. Okay, I can do that, you say. Okay, if we play, it's working. Now let's see what happens when we start adding chicken passives. So it should only, at around 20 seconds, it should apply. Okay, it said it applied, right? It says it applied. But it clearly didn't, right? You guys can see that the chicken didn't grow. But it says it applied. This is not a big chicken. Okay, let's look at the... Okay, but it's calling the function at least. So let's just go look at this. Ah, you see that? It was applied there. It played. So the values might just be 0 or something. I think it doesn't remap or something weird. No, the animates, the duration is right, the curve is right. Huh, they do play every... Like, you can actually see the player going. It happened. But it... That's so weird. Oh, wait, I disabled additive plays. Wait a minute. Let's just go back in here. No, I didn't. Allow additive play. So what am I doing? I'm stupid. Okay. And the values were definitely changed. So apply was done. So we did have the duration was applied. I saw that. The remap curve did change, and play feedbacks was called. I could see the feedbacks being played. So what the hell? That is exactly what I did previously. What the hell? Does it do it over frames? I'm not sure how it does it. But I didn't do it over multiple frames previously, right? I just played feedbacks here and applied night status effect, which happened every time a status effect was applied, and it worked fine then. And this wasn't called every frame either. This was only called once in a while. Yeah, we set the scale feedback. That happens. Like, I can see the values changing. And then the play feedback does happen. I can see the little bar moving. Something else is fighting us or something weird. I'm not scaling it this way anymore. That's pretty bizarre. That's pretty bizarre. That is very strange. Okay, yeah, this is what we're gonna try, so we can play. So, okay, so the first time around, it didn't do anything, right? And that's what we expect, because there are no characters with passive enabled. Now, if I enable the passive for one of the chickens, it should now apply at around 20 seconds once. Oh, I grew. I did get bigger. Did you see that? I got bigger. And there I got smaller again. Okay, let's put 2 chickens. Okay, it says it applied twice. Okay, what we can do is we can actually look at our scale here. So it's about 1.7 now. Now it's 1.88. Okay. So if we add a second chicken to it, let's add 2 more, right? It should be much greater than 1.88. Theoretically. No. So it only applies it once. Kind of like it doesn't apply it. It doesn't stack anymore. It says it allows additive plays. So it looks like it's not stacking, obviously. Previously it was stacking. Apply passive effect is definitely called multiple times, right? That's just clearly the case. It's definitely called more than once, but somehow it doesn't do the play feedbacks multiple times. Maybe I do need to offset these by a frame or two. Maybe if I do them all on the same frame, it doesn't actually understand what to do. Okay, so you said I could do another yield return here, for instance. And let's say I give it 0.1 seconds between applying, right? Between applications. Maybe that little bit of an offset does what I need. Wait for fixed updates. Oh, that's a frame. Okay. Okay, yeah, that seems better, because I only need to wait for fixed update. And now it will wait for one physics frame before it does the next loop. Yes, like, this is amazing. Like, just being able to do that. Damn. Okay, so let's see if that changes the behavior. Because it does seem like it works. It only works once, though. Which is not enough of times. I need it to work many times. Let's see. I'm ready for this to work. Alright, so we can play. Rainix97. Thanks for the subscribe, man. I appreciate that. Alright, so let's do one chicken and let's click on it and see the scaling happen. At around 20 seconds, goes up. 0.88. That's great. So let's put on 2 more chickens and see what happens at 40 seconds. I should have... Yeah, okay, whatever, it's fine. So he goes and he... Please scale 3 times. He scales once. Why? Oh, man. Come on. Okay, well, I don't have any other ideas. This might be a quirk with the MMF player. Oh, you know what? Maybe we should wait for... You see this? It's got a 0.2 seconds there. Maybe I need to wait for it to finish one of these players before I do it again. That might be it. I don't know how to change that, though. Could you change that? Could you make this less? I think that could be it. Maybe I should wait for it to finish entirely. Like that whole blue bar should be... Yeah. I think that might be the thing. Maybe. I don't know if you could change that number. Yeah, maybe that is like a hard-coded thing that I need to consider. Oh, maybe it's actually from the feedback itself. Ah, okay. It could be timing. Yes, there's so many, like, I don't understand 90% of anything I'm looking at right now. Like, this determined scale on play, maybe that's something. Interrupts on stop. Ah, so here's a delay between repeats. Maybe that's it? I don't know, but let's try and let it wait for 0.2 seconds and see if that helps. That should be very easy to do. Right, we could just do wait for seconds instead. And let it wait for 0.25 seconds after each. Yeah, I'm also, this is why I said, like I could have done this with like tweening between the scaling values and all that stuff, right? But I wanted to learn, or at least start learning, this MMF player thing, because I think it's going to make my workflow easier once I understand how it works. And I think previously I was doing it on passive update, right? But the passive update was happening every 0.2 seconds. It's an asset pack. It's called Feel. F-E-E-L on the Unity Asset Store. It's quite involved. Like, there's a shit ton of stuff in here. So there's a lot of stuff you can do with it in terms of kind of feedbacks and stuff like that. Screen shakes, sound effects, particle effects. You can wrap it all in, and the workflow seems pretty intuitive. But obviously there's still you still have to learn how to use it. Like, yeah, but you can have these feedbacks, right? And I can have like 20 things happen in a row here with rotation and scale and position, and I can just pause in between and whatever. And this is everything you can affect in the player. Like, here they go and they add a bunch of stuff. And like, I think it's pretty cool. But yeah, I still need to learn how to use it. Now, obviously, you can do a lot of this stuff yourself, I suppose. I've done some of this stuff myself, but it could take me, you know, for each of these effects, it might take me, you know, half a year to figure it out. And it will still probably kind of be shit. There's a nice... Where's the... There's a demo somewhere you can play. Or maybe it's just this. I mean, obviously it's all work, right? It's not like this just happens automatically, but I think it's going to help me out. Yeah, like I said, I can definitely script this stuff if I wanted. But it was on sale for $25, and if it can increase my workflow even just slightly, I think it's worth it. Right? Even though you can script it with an animation curve. I like there's a lot of things like that you just can do. Obviously, we are programmers. We can do anything, apparently. Sometimes. Okay, let's try this now. Just giving it a minute to wait. Yeah, at the end of the day, I'm interested in finishing the game. Not building tools forever and ever. Like, it might take me 10 hours to learn how to use Feel well. And it could also take me 10 hours just to get one of those effects working the way I want. So, I think it's worth it. Okay, let's see. So if I start... okay, we start 1. So obviously it didn't do anything yet, but... okay, the 20-second delay is kind of cutting into my time a little bit here, but anyway, let's see. Okay, so we grew. That's fine. We expect it to grow. Let's add 2 more chickens. Now we've got 3 whole chickens. And here we have a broken decal. So let's see if it's just a timing thing. Nope. It's not that. Okay, I'm a bit... Okay, so explain this to me, right? If you look at the console output, right? I mean, this thing is to the millisecond. And it seems like they've all ran at the exact same time. Or is this thing not to the millisecond? No, it's to the second. Okay, no, wait a minute. Yeah, no. That's a second. That's hour, minute, seconds. So it would seem like it's at the... No, it's not. That one was 5, and that one was 6 and 6. So we do have a 0.25 spacing. But it still only stacks once. But why? Well, that's unfortunate. Yeah, you can actually see the scale running 3 times. Did I change a setting? Am I just dumb? Like I probably clicked on something here and it now... Yeah, you can see the play, right? It definitely plays 3 times. I can even play it myself. What the hell did I do? Oh, that's interesting. What did it just do? So I changed uniform scaling, and it seems like it took a whole 3 seconds to do the thing. Let's switch it back on. Okay, now it's doing something completely different. It takes a whole 6 seconds. Okay, so it is probably not that. Okay, let's see. So the passive effect normally was on status effect change, right? I would remap the 0 curve to 1 and the 0 to 1 and the curve to 1 plus strength, right? And then I would call apply night passive effect. And when I applied the night passive effect, I just didn't do these 3 things, right? Because I did it up there. And then this thing only played the feedbacks. And the feedbacks are being played. They're just not stacking like they used to. And this does not make any sense. Wait for the effect to end instead. So that's the thing, right? So normally, so there's this allow additive playing. So new plays can be triggered. It's just not changing the size. It's not actually adding on top of it, unless the scale mode needs to be additive. I don't know if that does anything. We can see what that does. I don't remember changing the scale mode, but I could have. I could definitely have done that. Maybe I did that. Maybe. I don't think I did, but I'm also not sure. Okay, let's go find our chicken first in the hierarchy so we can see what is happening to the scale, right? So you're going to start with 2 from the get-go. Okay, so now I change the mode to additive. Let's see what happens at 20. Oh, very interesting. Okay, so there were definitely 2. But now we don't go back down. So we kinda now just the size. Okay, so that's what additive does compared to absolute. So it keeps increasing our size. Okay. So I definitely didn't do it in additive, I don't think. I think I did do it in absolute. Maybe we don't do the remap curve. Let's do that. Let's take that out. Okay, so we don't need to remap the 0. That's okay. We just need to remap curve 1. Right, because the 0 remap is already fine. Oh, I wonder if this is actually calling it as well. You know what? Let's just get rid of that in case. I might actually be doing it in 2 places. Oh, man. That could have been it. I don't know why I didn't take that out. Yeah, but I don't need to do the remap curve. I also don't think I need to do this yield. I think we can apply them all simultaneously. Okay, let's just try this, then I'll read what you guys are saying. Because I think I might have... Okay, let's just do 2. I think I might have found the problem. Maybe. I did not find the problem. Why did it work before? I didn't understand how it worked before. Okay, I'm going to try something else. But I need to go use the restroom, grab myself a refill on the coffee, and I have an idea, and it might be dumb, but I think this will work. So let me just do that thing. Be right back. Yeah, I'm back. I'm back. Hey, let's try something new. Okay, I'm gonna try this. So let's wait for 3 seconds, right? So the duration is 6 seconds currently. So if we wait 3 seconds, it should apply every 3 seconds. And that's now far enough apart that it should work. Like it did before, right? This is very similar to how the update did happen before. I think. Okay, let's just try that quickly. So now the night passive would be applied every 3 seconds instead, which is much faster. And hopefully that means we can get through this a little bit quicker. Let's see what it does. Almost thought I had to restart Unity there. Seems to have worked itself out. Okay, so let's play and let's just do one chicken. Right. And we can look at our... Okay, it seems to be overwriting it or something weird. Because you can see it's jumping, right? It's not a smooth decrease. Okay. And it was doing something ugly like this before as well. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so it's doing, I think everything you guys are saying is correct. It's not adding, it's also not, it's like resetting it back to the original scale every time it plays. Or something like that. It's not just stacking on top. I wonder if I can manually stack it on top. I might be able to. So the way this thing works, right? It has this curve. And what you essentially do in your code is you reset where the 0 is and where the 1 is. Now what I do is I make the 0 1, and then I make 1 whatever my scale is set to, right? 1.2 or 1.3 or whatever. But if you have multiple, I think we have to offset where 0 is every single time and then add our new offset on top of it or something like that. Or I need to work with the offset value instead. Because that might be an additive thing. That's adding to the curve every time it plays. I don't know. I don't actually know how offset works. Yeah, because you can't visualize offset. It just says how much should be added to the curve. So I'm assuming it's shifting the curve up. So let's try working with the offset, because I haven't used the offset. So if we do scale offset. Okay, so let's see. Our curve 1 is 1 plus our strength. So if we make our offset so that would probably make the whole thing move up, right? So what if we just did strength there? I don't know how the offset actually works. I want to try this first. Let me try this. I don't really know how offset works. So I'm going to remap the curve and I'm going to offset the curve. Now it might now apply this twice. Yeah, so the remap curve, that'll keep the shape unless I flatten it. Offset, I think, moves the whole curve up by that value. And I think they are separate, so maybe this does work. Let's try it. It might be that simple, and it could just work now. I don't know. Also, the other thing that it's like the offset value is 3 here, and it doesn't seem to make a difference. So maybe the offset doesn't do anything. Okay, but let's just grab our character here and let's see a little bit of a learning. So it's 3 now, right? And the remap curve is all over the place. But let's just get 1. Okay. So offset is not really doing anything. Oh, I just don't understand, but he's still doing the little... Oh, interesting. Okay, now his scale is 1.2. So offset did do something. Or I think it did. So now, instead of going from 1.7 up to a value, and then back down to 1.7, he now starts at 1 every time, goes to 1.24. Wow, that's bizarre. That is a strange one, actually. I'm not... And if I have multiple chickens? Still the same. Okay, so the behavior stays the same. Okay. Let's take out that offset. That is a very interesting one. Unless I need to also include remap curve 0 with offset. Okay, we're just testing stuff now. Okay, this is the last test. Then I have of this thing just basically as it is. Then I have a different idea that I want to do instead. I want to change the way this whole thing works instead. Okay, so we start out, we can play, we are the right size. That's good. Okay, so it did the same thing, right? Yeah, it's doing exactly the same thing, and it doesn't matter how many we have. Okay, fantastic. Sorted. Thank you very much. So we don't want the offset, and we don't want our remap curve, unless we maybe do. Maybe we do want our remap curve. Um, yeah, I was kind of hoping, like, I can conceptually think of a way to make this work, right? I can make this work with coroutines or whatever, right? That's not the problem. My problem is I don't want to do it that way, right? I kind of wanted to have Feel manage this for me, but it doesn't seem like it wants to. So I can make exactly the effect I want with my own tweening and all that kind of stuff. Because I'm a coder. But I don't think I want to do that. So here's another thing we can try. So this is what I currently try to do, right? And it's a bummer, but maybe it's not going to work. Okay, so this was our old attempt. So let's put it over there, and then we can color this. Okay, here's my new attempt. What if we did this instead? Because I think this works within the within Feel's constraints. So we still do fixed increments, right? Wait. Try switching the for each to a for loop and passing I through to adjust the curve each time. Oh. Wait a minute. Wait, you mean this one, right? So instead of a for this loop. Okay. Game object party member is equal to I, and then this becomes for int I equals 0. I less than 4, I plus plus. So then we grab the party member, right? So that's okay. Started at 1. Then we have to do less than equal to 4, and then we have to grab the party member with I minus 0, of course. I minus 1. Okay. And then you want to apply status effect. So nothing has really changed yet, hey? Okay, it won't be I times strength necessarily. We just need to be careful about that. Yeah, that's not how the offset would work. I see what you're saying. We'd have to fix this a little bit, so that won't work exactly. The reason it won't work exactly is because I would be the number of party members, not the number of chickens. Right? And you might have a different number of chickens. So we need to increment something else to get the number of chickens. Make a list of chickens first for the loop. I mean, we could, or we could just get another integer and track the number of chickens we found, right? So we could start this. This could just be a normal for loop, which is okay. I'm fine with just using a for loop to grab my party member, and then we can try get component night passive ability. So that would give us a chicken, but then we want to get passive duration. I'll get passive duration, and this is important because that gives us a chicken that is currently in the observation room. Right, that's a different type of chicken. So we kind of want to get that. Do we want to get that for each loop here? We do. Hey, we want to have it int chickens in obs room. So we start off with no chickens in the observation room, right? Then every time we find a chicken in the observation room, we do chickens in ops room plus plus, right? We add a chicken. Then our passive effect strength would have an offset variable as well. Oh, you can do that. Oh, I didn't know that. So I could just... That's a thing? Oh, wow. Look at that. I didn't know you could just put that in the for loop like that. That's pretty cool. I'm not going to do it, though. It's like you say, Mr. Random Wallaby. Whatever is intuitive for me, right? I feel like that is going to confuse me. But it's cool that that's possible. I'll just do it this way. It seems reasonable. So we start the for loop with no chickens. Oh, I see. Okay, I see what I'm gonna get. I'm gonna reset the chicken number to 0 every time I go through the loop. That's bad. So we want to start with a 0 chicken number, then go through the for loop, right? That way is right. Okay. And then we increment our chickens, and then our passive effect. So let's see if we can get this right. Our passive effect strength would now have a... do we remap the 0 curve? Maybe we do. So let's try that. So we had a float strength, and we can also have a float... offset? Something like that? I don't know. We can try that. Okay, so what do we make the offset? So it would be the amount of chickens in the room. So that's 1 chicken. Multiplied by... we just need to be careful here. Yeah, I actually don't think this is gonna work out. Okay, let's undo this. We can still count the chickens and whatever. That's okay. Okay, here's what I'm. Let me show you guys what I was thinking first before we go too far. So I was actually thinking to restructure this whole thing. So what I can do What? Lethal error. Fatal error. You guys seeing this? I don't think I have a lethal error. Yeah. Okay, so here's my current idea. So let's say you start. So we have a little bit of time there, right? And basically what we do here is we check the amount of chickens, we add the duration and the strength together, right? Okay, so we add our duration and strength together. That causes a bump like this, right? Nice, smooth curve, nothing fancy. And then we just do that repeatedly. So this is not being handled. So we don't try and step it like this. If we have more chickens, the duration will increase, right? Etc. I think that's just a simpler way. So if you have two chickens with a duration of 1.5 seconds, the total duration will be 3 seconds of the buff. And the the height, so the amount that you get buffed by, would be calculated in a similar way. We just add the chickens together. So we go strength plus strength plus strength, and duration plus duration plus duration. And I think, so we can do this calculation and then just pass it once to the apply function, and that's fine, right? Is it nice and fancy like this thing? No. Generally speaking, it gets the same job done. The more chickens you have with stronger effects, the better the overall effect. Right? I think that's okay. We're gonna have to... the only thing now will be... we'll have to make it so that the... it still feels good. So what's going to happen now is we're probably going to have to nerf the duration quite a bit. So it's not 6 seconds times 3, for instance, and that's 18. That's just too much. So we might have to change the duration to be making it lower, so you never get too crazy of a duration. But yeah, I think this is a much easier way. Keep it simple, stupid, hey? So let's just keep it simple. Okay, so we can go through this, and essentially what we can do is, yeah, we can just do a float here. Every time we do this loop, we do a float total duration and float total strength. Right? And when we go here, instead of applying it every single time, we could just do total strength plus equals strength. That. Don't know what it's on about, but let's just set that to 0 when we initialize it. Much simpler. Yes, I agree. So just do that, and then total duration plus equal duration. And then after we're done with this loop, so we've been through all our characters, then only once do we do this. So it's a much simpler, much easier way going about this. We don't need to even count the chickens, right? let's not count chickens. It's fine. Okay, this makes more sense to me, and we can wait out 20 seconds. So now we just have one big bump that goes down. And the more chickens you add... Okay, so we just need to make it so that the more chickens I add... Because now, obviously, the more chickens I have, it literally doubles the duration and the strength per chicken. Oh, is that why it was throwing an error? Okay, I see. Well, I should have defined it as 0, right? Because every time I go through this loop, I want to start with nothing. And the reason I do this on every loop, I restart or I recalculate this, is because if a character dies, I might remove a chicken from the observation room. So then I still want this effect to happen, but it's going to be less impactful. It's going to be less powerful. Or maybe not work at all, right? So we do need to reset it. Now, this is just so much easier. The only thing we need to go and fix now is maybe the duration, because as soon as we have 3 chickens, it's going to go straight up to 18 seconds out of the 20. And then as soon as I get any amount of passive strength, it's just going to blow it out of the water. What this also does, I guess, and maybe this is better, with this type of scaling, it's going to be easier for a player to go and get it to kind of connect the scalings, right? And that if you have enough chickens with enough passive strength, you could actually get this curve to just be one long curve for the whole duration of the round. That's not that bad, I guess. Okay, the only thing that now doesn't work will be my movement speed. I don't think that is gonna work. We'll see. Let's go to our... Okay. So we call apply passive effect. And so we apply it, we do all our scaling. That's good. Now where do we do our... Okay, status effect. No. Buff. Apply buff. Where did I apply the buff? Okay, when I get my strength... Okay, so this is wrong now, right? Yeah, this is definitely wrong. So when we apply the buff, this duration and strength are going to be incorrect. Okay, so we don't apply the buff here anymore. Okay, I think we apply the buff right here when we apply the passive effect. Yeah. You know what's not a bad idea either? To maybe get the character buff thing as well. Because if you think about it, we're gonna... A lot of these effects might have something to do with the buffs as well. Yeah. Player manager.instance.get selected character. Get component character buff. And then we can simply do character buff dot apply buff. And the stat we want to do is movement speed, and we want to give it total strength and total duration. Okay, normally the total strength, so we just need to be careful. This is by how much the movement speed is going to change. So let's try it like that. Okay, we need negative, right? Yeah. negative that. And then we just need to remove it from anywhere else I normally did this, right? So, yeah, essentially, all of this I don't want anymore. I guess we can keep that. We don't need to, but whatever. We'll have to refactor this. Definitely, because I don't think a lot of this is not working anymore. Yeah, we don't inject steroids or anything like that. Really. Okay. NewtonSoftJSON.bson. What? Where's that coming from? Very interesting. Okay. The last thing I need to do is just go into the night character maybe and tweak these values a little bit. So the base duration should be like 2 seconds, I think. The base strength can still be 10%. I think both of those are fine, but the duration should be much less. So let's think about that. If we have a passive strength of 100%, it's a 4-second cast. And then that times 3, that's 12 seconds. And yeah, it's going to be very easy to get to 20 seconds, really, if you have enough nights. But most people won't play it that way. Okay, let's just see this working. Okay, so we play, and let's say we have 1 active. Right, so it's going to be quite a short one. Okay, we have to wait for 20 seconds. So let's just make sure everything works. Okay, so nothing happened. Oh wait, we have a null reference exception error. Why? Where did I... What? Oh, I guess since these two are now outside of this loop, it tried to run them. Okay, you know what? This coroutine should start only after a character has been selected. And then on wave timer reset for the rest of the day. Maybe not even. If it just starts on character selected, that's okay actually. Let's just do that. So not in start, but later. So now we know that these two things will be there before we try it. Let's give it a play. Yeah, that's much better. So if I click play, I have a character selected, so it knows what to do. And let's just go straight to 2 night passives, right? So it should add the duration and the strength. So the duration should be around 4 seconds. It's going to be a little bit more than 4 seconds because the... yeah, look at that. So we got to 2.7. So we're much bigger now, which is interesting as well. Did we go back to our original size? No, we did not. Okay, so there's an offset problem. Okay, that's unfortunate. Okay, but the remap curve was correct. The scale duration is correct, I think. Actually, don't know. 10 seconds. That seems like too many seconds. Yeah, also, why am I so big? Why don't I go back down to my original size? Okay, but that's not bad. That's at least a little bit better. Okay, let's try something here quickly. Okay, so the offset, I'm just going to make that 0. Right, no offset. And then the 0 curve is 1, and the remap curve would be 1.4 for 2 nights. Why is it 1.4? What the hell is the knight's passive ability? Because the base strength is 0.1. What is the passive strength of a knight? Oh, 100. Okay, so it doubles. So it's twice that, so it was 0.4. That means the duration also doubled. Right, how's duration? Oh, yes. I clamped it between 5 and 10, which was an interesting decision. Let's clamp it between 1 and... Okay, we could clamp it, the duration, and let the strength scale exponentially. So if we clamp the duration, and we want 20 seconds, the maximum it should be is 20/3. Right, let's make it 18, so 6. So the maximum duration is 6 seconds. That would mean that if you have 3 knights, the best they can do is 18 seconds of buff out of every 20 seconds. Yeah. I did the wrong one. Should be this one. 1 and 6. Okay. We'll do that. Like, none of this is really relevant anymore. Okay. Alright, so that should be better. So now the lowest duration it could be is 1 second, which it won't be less than that regardless. And up to 6 seconds. So if you have 3, it can never be... I don't know if that's a good idea or a bad idea, but it's an idea, and we'll go with it for now. Anything else I need to do? Okay, so that's the knight passive ability. Now let's just go to the passive effect. Okay, the remap curve 0 and 1. Okay, I see a problem here. So the character, this scale is never reset. That's unfortunate, right? This scale changes because of the... Okay, we'll come back to that now. Let's just see if we can't get the thing to work properly at least. Okay, so the remap 0 should be 1, and then we have the other one. And the mode is right. Everything should work out. Yeah, this is very finicky. If I started with the simpler version, I would have been done by now, let's be honest, but I wanted to make it difficult. Okay, so we can play, we can have one knight. So let's see our scale. So it's now 1.7. And it should go up now to... Ah, that's so annoying. Okay, so with the offset, now I'm just back to small my small self. I go up to 1.2, go back down. Okay, let's have 3 chickens go at it. So that should go up to 1.8. Actually, I'm not sure. 1.6, okay. Yeah, okay. Makes sense. Okay. So that does work, but the offset... seems to be a problem. So it resets my size now. I'm not sure why. If I offset it by 0.7, would that be basically my space character scale, right? That could be a way of looking at it. So with an offset of 0.7, it would be fine for the knight. Let's just see if that does work the way I think it does. And why did it work well previously? The offset wasn't a problem previously. Doesn't seem to have worked the way I thought it would. Zero 1.4. I mean, why? How does that make any sense? Go back to 2.2. 1.42. If I have one chicken buffing me, it should be 1.42 times 1.2, right? I think. Which is 1.7. And then I go back down to 1.4. 1.14. Alright, this thing is doing some interesting things here. How does the offset work? It's a weird number that I don't quite understand. Let's just make it 1. Right? Yeah, I don't understand what the offset is doing. We could look at the scale. So maybe we do additive and not absolute. That could actually help. Yeah, that could help. How much should be added to the curve? I don't want anything to be added to the curve, really. Right? I don't want anything added to the curve. I want the curve to have a... Okay, let's make this 0. I don't want anything added to the curve. my 0 and my 1 values will be set. And then instead of absolute, I do additive. And I think that'll work now. So now it's going to add. Then my 0 can be 0, I think. Otherwise, it's going to add 1 on top of the 1.7. I think that's what it's going to do now. So it's going to go from... Yeah, I think that's exactly what it's going to do in additive mode with an offset of 0. It's going to go from 1.7, which is my base scale, to 2.7, and then scale that number just not right. Oh, we can add 1 there, and then we can start it. Yeah, so look how big I am. I went to 2.7, I'm sure. Yep. Okay, let's see what happens now after 20 seconds again. 3.9. 3.7. Okay, geez. It's adding it every single time. Okay, so additive is also not doing quite what I want. So what that says is I might want to not use additive. Okay, so I don't want additive. I don't want an offset. I want absolute because I want to scale the actual thing. I think I want to remap my 0 curve to the size of the character and then remap my 1 curve to the new scale, right? Okay, so that's kind of what I was doing before. So night passive effect. So character manager.scale is equal to 1 plus strength. Yeah. So kind of what we want to do here. So we get a strength. So the strength might be, 0.2 or whatever. Okay, so instead of 1 plus, so we do character manager dot not scale. Okay, let's see. Where's my character manager? Start scale, right? I want the start scale. The scale is on top of the start scale. Yeah. Okay, just do it like that. We want to get it, but not set it from here. Okay, so what I want to do here is get the start scale, which is 1.7, and that is my new 0. And then instead of we do plus strength, that doesn't really make any sense. So let's think about that. Yeah, so it shouldn't go to 1. It should go to 1.7 multiplied by my strength. Alright, so let's... It's going to look something like this, I think. That is the next. So we take the start scale, so it's 1.7, and this is 1.7 multiplied by 1 plus my the 20%, right? That seems correct. And the remap curve 0 is always going to be whatever our start scale is, and our next one is always going to change with our strength. And the start scale never changes. This never changes. We could even do character manager dot scale here because we do the same calculation there. But we don't have to. Right. I think this is going to be correct. So with one chicken involved, we want 1.7 multiplied by 1.2, for instance. So it should go to a 2.04 scale. So the bigger you start, the bigger you get, essentially. So that's a true 20% scale. It's not... Yeah, that's a true 20%. It's not just adding 1.2 or 0.2. Okay. I think this is correct, so let's give it another test for the millionth time. So I should go to 2.04 from 1.7, and then we'll see now. So I'll create, get one active, click. We scaled. Ah, damn it, I was too slow. Okay. Let's just wait. Okay, but we did scale back down to the right size, which is good. So let's see at 20 seconds if we go to 2.04. We do. Okay, fantastic. And we go back down. Now if I add 2 more, that would be 1.6. So we should go to 2.72 at our biggest. There we go, exactly. And we stay there for 6 seconds, I believe. And we go back down. That's perfect, okay. We've done it finally. Okay, so turns out we had to do all the things you guys recommended, but it is working now at least. So there we go, we're nice and big. Now, I don't think our attack range decreases with us. Yeah. So you can see once we go up, this bubble doesn't go back down. It just stays the size it is, right? Because there's nothing telling it to go back down. Yeah. Okay. Very good. Very good. We can tell it to go back down by doing... I think we can do a event with this, right? Yeah, I finally got it. Can you believe it? Stop. Event will fire every time the feedback's player plays its last feedback. Plays its last feedback. Done initializing on disabled. Game object gets disabled. Plays its... I want to do it like after it finishes its last feedback. Hey, imaginary villain. Yeah, it's going well, thank you. It's going well. I finally seem to be winning. How are you doing? Okay, I don't know when this is actually fired, so... I want to think this event... On pause, no. On resume, no. On change direction, on compete. I want to think that's the one I want here. On compete. Now, I'm going to just try something a little bit maybe cheeky here. Pretty good. Okay, that's nice. Wow. Sure King. Thanks for the follow. I hope I said that right. Chances are I did not, but you let me know. Okay, character manager. I want to change the scale. And I want to set it back to 1. Right? On complete. That's gonna be interesting. If that just works, yeah, that's very simple. I would be not pretty happy if that just works. Let's give it a go. Give it a go. Then we just need to get all the visual effects and the damage and geez, there's so many things we have to do. Saving usernames. Yeah. No, that is true. It is a bit complicated sometimes. Okay, so let's see what happens. Okay, so it went up, so it's big. Please go back down. Hey! Well, that was easy. So the circle does go back down to the size it needs to be. Oh, that's fantastic. Okay, so our attack range is changing with our size. Ah, that's very good. Okay. Fantastic. Now we just need to change a bunch of other stuff as well. Wow. But I mean, that's already a win in my books. If we can just use those events, I mean, jeez. This is gonna make a lot of stuff easier for us. Nice explosion. Okay. Honestly, it's been 4 hours. I think I'm gonna just end it there. I don't think I'm gonna go for 6 hours again today. 4 hours is more than enough. I'll probably get back to working on this a little bit later. But yeah, on a high note, before I start the next thing and fail miserably at that, and then I have to stop on that note instead. So yeah, I'm happy this is working. It's a good place to end the stream. And then I have to do other work today still. I can't wait. I can't wait. Hey, 4 hours is a long ass stream. I after this I have to, well, it's a Sunday today, so it's not that bad, but I mean normally I have a 8-hour work day after my stream for 4 hours. So it's 4 hours plus 8 hours, and then I still have a toddler when I get back. Yeah, that's true. Nah, I'm hungry, and I have other work to do. I've other shitty work that I need to do today. That I should have done yesterday, but I didn't really get around to it. Yep, it's working. Okay, let's do a raid. Let's do a good old-fashioned raid. Who's online? Cheerio. Let's see. Ice Bear's online. Let's go say hi to Ice Bear. Why not? Let's see what he's cooking up. Let's just do this thing. Is it working? Yeah. Okay, everybody. Have a good rest of your day. See you guys tomorrow, probably. I think Tuesday might be hard. I might have to skip Tuesday. But tomorrow, I should still be here. Cheerio. Wait, where's the start raid button? Damn it, I didn't click it. Yeah. Okay, it's getting the raid ready. Fantastic. Okay, let's try. And raid now. Cheers.